Atamari to the virtual world and to all of us here in Council Chambers. I will open our council meeting today with our council shri. Kēnui tātou. Ka tuku mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai ko whiriwhiri hia mō te kaunihira o te hiko tika ki te mahi me te ngākau awaha, me te whakamahi i ngā pūkinga me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga, me ngā whakataunga kia katuria e te tahi hapori e mata tikana, e tūkotahi ana kamutu, ka whakapiki anō i te oranga o tō tātou rohe, ka whakatau anō i ngā take o te rohe i runga i te tika me te pono. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the Whare North District with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Amen. We have no apologies today, and any declarations of interest can be made at the time for those specific papers. We do have Councillor McNally and Councillor Radish online today, though. Before we get into our deputations, I've got a number of mural announcements, so I'll quickly fire through those. Our Waimara Takaka today is Lady War, which is a fringe day to the high energies. For some, though, I have seen that it was also Huna phase, which is a low energy, everything's hiding, hopefully not for any of you. Or also Tamatea Kairaki, which is be careful of the water and be ready for unpredictability. So hopefully there's going to be no less out of fair amendments coming our way today, but we'll take it as it is. Just want to give another mihi for our interpreters for this meeting. We're lucky to have two of our Year 15 students from Te Kurakaupapa Māori o Kaitiki, AJ Rakatipane and Parama Woodbury, who will be live interpreting via the headpieces today. Our Chief Executive is away today, so we have Charlie Billington, the Group Manager of Corporate Services, sitting in today as our Acting Chief Executive. Welcome to the hot seat, Charlie. Just a reminder, please, to all members that when you are asking questions of staff, you direct all questions through our Acting Chief Executive today. Item 6.6, which was on the agenda, the review of land drainage bylaw, has been pulled for this meeting and will be brought to an extraordinary council meeting before the end of the month. I just also wanted to give a few shout outs. One to one of our whānau wahine toa, Letitia Butler, who is going a little bit viral on social media because she entered Australia's The Voice. I don't know if you watched The Voice, one of those like superstar TV shows, and she made it through, which is very exciting. So a big mihi to you, Letitia. I also wanted to give a huge mihi to our 4 students who represented the North. They won our Tai Tokerau Ngā Manu Kōrero regional competition, and over the past 2 days they've been down in Auckland at the national competition. So we had Tuhingoia Manihira from Whangarei Girls High School representing us for the senior English section. Elite Reti from Te Kurakaupapa Māori o Te Rangiani Waniwa, who was there for senior Māori. We had Auariki Hemara Daniels from Te Rangiani Waniwa for junior English, and his mum is one of our staff members as well. And Hine Te Aio Chapman from Te Rangiani Waniwa. Now, Whaihaura, I don't know what you're feeding those kids up there in Kaitaia, but it's something really good because this competition is the nationals, so there are 12 regions that will send their best to this competition. Yesterday at prize giving, we took out 2 sections to Tai Tokerau, so a huge mihi to Hauariki Hemara Daniels and also Tuhingoia Manihira, who won both the junior and the senior English sections, and Elite Reti came second for senior Māori in the country. So a mihi to all students. We also have Māori Language Week next week, which is very exciting. I was fortunate enough to head down to the premiere of Disney's Encanto, the movie, Reo Māori, and it was absolutely fantastic.
and it will be screened to celebrate Māori Language Week at both of our whānau cinemas, Cafe in Kirikiri and Te Ahu in Whaitaya, so be sure to check it out. We also have an awesome program put together by our whānau libraries, all 6 of our libraries, to celebrate Māori Language Week. There'll be activities on all of our libraries throughout the week. All of our staff have got some pretty cool stuff internally that will be going to be council as well, so be sure to check that out. I also just wanted to give a little plug-in for Hātuahone St John. Our Kaikohe station here needs some more volunteer ambulance officers. To become a volunteer ambulance officer, though, you do need a NZQA qualification. There is a course that will be starting. They are calling for interest in that course. It's on the 15th of September, so please check that out on St John's website if you are interested in being a champion for our communities. Also wanted to give another shout out to a very fine air carrier, and that's Barrier Air. Now, Barrier Air serve both of our commercial airports, Bay of Islands and Kaitaia, and I flew back up from Auckland with them yesterday. It was my first time flying with Barrier. Finally, I had a delegation from Croatia come and visit me here in Chambers, but I also know that they went up to Kaitaia, to have a look around there. So I just wanted to give mihi to Her Excellency Betty Pavlic, the Ambassador for the Embassy of the Republic of Croatia, one of the Croatian MPs, Mrs. Zdravka Busic, who is the chair of the Committee of Croats Abroad, Honorary Consul Leo Panzik, who is based in New Zealand here for the Consulate of the Republic of Croatia, and Sandra Tristkov, who is the Minister Councillor for the Embassy. We received a momentum for their visit, paying homage to the significant heritage and links that we have here in the whānau with the Dalmatian coast, and this is from the Croatian Parliament, so it will have a place of honour in our cabinet up there, or actually we might send this one up to our Te Ahu atrium, to the cabinet up there, so I'll pass that on to you. Just something to and with that, we will get into our deputations. So we have 3. Our first is Matua Wally Hicks, who will be speaking in relation to Pohupohu. It is not your first rodeo with a deputation to us. I think you know how it all works.
Kia ora tātou board. Kia ora tātou Fōpai Kelly, Man, Kai Kaunehira, and Lai Hapori. You have before you RFS number 4218-519, which is the subject of my submission. My delegation. I would like to firstly just express my thanks and let you get to know me a little bit more, because ultimately this is about my right to dissent, my right to have different opinions. But thank you very, very much for last Friday's decision about Māori wards, and how wonderful that it was unanimous. I also want you to know that I wanted to engage in the SNA process. I wanted that. I believe that the catch cry of that period of time should have been not one more pine tree, not one more acre. I also wanted to engage in Three Waters, and I do not want the speed limits raised. So I have left you a trail of RFSs, which I also use to record things about the hell that we have been through in North Hokianga with regard to reducing the speed limit. One of those RFSs is a precedent to this one. It's a request for a review of how a whole bunch of speed signs got put up fairly recently in North Hokianga, which they're temporary, but when they fall down, they have 100 on. And we've just been through hell to reduce it to 80. So that's all about that. The RFS you have before you is the background material for the RFS from the three of us requesting a judicial review of Kohoko Town Hall governance for the last 6 financial or AGM years. I don't want to go into that too much more, except to mention that, yes, there is some sensitive material in this, while it is very much about the grassroots level of this organisation and the governance at that level. Some of it did have to be referred higher. It had to be referred to the Minister of Justice and the Minister of Police, the then Minister of those things, by Ginny Anderson. And it was quite serious. It concerned the misuse, what I might call the public domain, all that grey zone of community notice boards. I also just want to mention that our biggest contention, our biggest disappointment, our biggest annoyance with regard to this RFS is the last item, which is the abandonment of the renewals of the Kohoko Town Hall. Our number came up, and consultation sufficient to work out a process whereby that could happen didn't happen. We had, I believe, a malfunction of democracy with regard to the Kohoko Town Hall, and so I want to add a couple of new items. They say add to your RFS, and I'll go over it again, and they are that I did go to the 31st of August AGM. Where, to my astonishment, in the middle of a candidacy issue, an issue of candidacy of which I was a candidate, I wasn't expecting to be, a resolution was proposed from the floor, and the resolution was passed limiting the number of people who could be on the Kohoko Town Hall Committee. And frankly, this appeared to be an effort to prevent me from getting on. I have suggested since then that they just co-opt me onto the town hall, but that will now mean them changing effectively the constitution of the town hall with regard to how many people can be on it. The last item, which is quite an important one, what happens when democracy malfunctions or fails in a local area, is that our emergency planning, and this has Kohoko area, it has the word Kohoko and the word area on it. Our emergency community response plan is essentially written by one single person. And I take this to be a signal of democracy malfunction, that there just simply has not been sufficient community consultation. And so my last item would be something that I will add to my rather long list of suggestions of positive outcomes from this, which is that you have a consultation mechanism sitting right there in the form of buildings all around the Far North District in New Zealand, arguably, and those are town halls. So as well as Marae, I'm not out to get anybody. I'm not after anybody. I want to try and add to the process. And one of the places where that process, consultation, one of the central things of democracy can be undertaken is town halls. So that, I believe, requires them to be as well governed as possible. The AGM on the 31st led me to believe that even the latest town hall, it entirely understand their role or their function in relation to the Hall's policy, which I gather is being redeveloped and I believe very much needs to be. Thank you very much for hearing my submission.
Thank you, and we've got time for a quick question from Deputy Mayor Shepherd.
Just a simple yes or no. Did the committee advertise that proposed change to the town hall constitution?
Well, and there are questions about whether it is a constitution or not, but no, it came from the floor in the meeting after a candidacy issue came up, in which I went there not expecting to stand, but the opportunity, someone else did, and so I did as well. And then next minute, a limit is placed on the number of people on the committee. So, tēnā koutou, tēnā ratatou katoa.
Our next deputation is from our own Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board member Jane Handel. Tēnā koe hoa, no mai haere mai, who will be speaking in relation to the Kororareka Russell placemaking traffic changes pilot on the Strand report. And I believe we have some PowerPoint slides to speak to as well. Four.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ko Maiki te mama, ko Piku Piti te moana, ko Harutu te whare. No kororara ahau, ko Jane Handel toku ingoa. So you all know me, I'm Jane Handel, I'm from Russell Opua Ward, and I would not normally be a deputation, but I've been I'm meeting in the wonderful Russell Sports Field with one of the council staff at 12:30, so I need to dash off, and you have a full agenda, so I might not be able to be here for my paper, but I will stay, and if it's okay, then I'll be here, and if not, I'll just leave it.
I'll move the paper up for you, Jane.
Perfect. Whatever works. I need to leave at 11:30. Anyway, this is about the Kororareka placemaking project, which has actually resulted in an outcome which is a change of traffic management. Slide, please. So for those of you that are not familiar with Kororareka Russell, which I'm sure you are, this is actually one of the most significant places in Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's a place of first arrivals, and I know that Hokianga and the Bay both share arrivals of first waka, but if you're a sailor, you wouldn't go sailing into the Hokianga time and time again deliberately. You would probably go where it's slightly easier to anchor. So it is a place of first arrivals, and thanks to our local hapu, we've got oral histories that tell us that about 800 years ago, chiefs came in, they had their headdresses on, they saw red parrots in the trees, and thinking that they were parrots, they threw the headdress into the water and then realised they were pohutukava flowers. So the story goes that tells us it was summer when they arrived. The naming we have in the Bay is from Tahiti. It's from Hawaii. So I mentioned Piku Piku e Whiti, he riti tonu kei te ingoa o ki Hauki. It's a name that comes from a lagoon in Hawaii, Tahiti. We have Pora Pora, we have Magahawea, I live in Mataufi, and there's Matawi, Matabai, all the way through the Pacific. So the names in our area are really, really significant. And then, of course, we've got the first encounters, which we all know about, when the Europeans belatedly discovered the Pacific. Wandered through the Pacific and arrived here and went, oh, wow. And it was really busy here. The cabin notes say that the islands were covered in kainga with fences they could see. It was very populated. It was densely populated. I imagine it's like sailing down past Falkland these days. And then, of course, we had the first relationships of trade. And as we know, Māori were quite strategic, intermarried. Hiderangi Silpa Guide Sophia, she married Alexander Gray, who was a blacksmith. It was quite strategic that people picked skilled Europeans to get the right trades in. And we had lots of trade, and then we had disappointments and wars. So you can almost blame Kororareka for the treaty because of all the bad behaviour that was happening, caused the letter to be written to the king and then He Whakapu statement. So we have a lot to answer for in Kororareka. The reason I share this with you is that this is a really important place. So when we make changes to this place, when we try and do things to this place, actually we need to listen to what the town says because the wairu is really important. So placemaking was an interesting exercise. Next slide, please. We were given some funding from the community board to do placemaking. And the origins of that was really a little complicated, but it was to do with the kind of like the alfresco dining. Everywhere else it's on the pavement. In Russell and Kororaka, it's on public open reserve, which is unusual. And it's in the middle of a liquor ban area. We have people drinking in the middle of a liquor ban area. We have to cross the road to get to the alfresco dining. And the community board just went, hey, let's just have a pause and ask the community what they think about their Strand, because it's a pretty special place, and we think we can do some placemaking on it to just highlight the manner of the Strand. It's not about putting in telephone boxes or pianos or things like that, but they wanted to hear from the community what they felt. And so this is what came back. And when we started, we kind of went, oh, don't mention the road. Don't mention the road. Let's not talk about the traffic on the stand, because we knew it would start a conversation in the community from that group of people that wanted to make it pedestrianised, and then that group of people who didn't want it to be pedestrianised. So it's been a really careful, deliberate project to talk to as many of the people as possible. And guess what? The road was number one. The biggest thing that people said about the place was they're worried about the traffic on the road. And so we had to deal with the road, and we had to have a serious conversation about the road. And so it's been a long journey. I won't bother to go through all of this because we're talking about the road today, but the conversation about the road has been quite fascinating. We will go to, just on the bottom, just as a note, 51 people want better erosion protection. That goes hand in hand with access to the waterfront, because they can't get to the waterfront because it's been eroded because they can't get down. So that's another big one, but we'll stick with the road. Next slide, please. So this was the result. So what we did was we had a pop-up, and then we had an activation of the town hall, and then we did a survey. So there is nobody in Kororaka that hasn't been asked their opinion of the road. We've had 400 and something responses in the community that's got about 700 people living in it. And council staff have said it's probably the biggest consultation we've ever done. But it matters, because this is a really important place.
It has been voted to now.
The voter turnout was huge. But it's the reason I said I did that at the beginning was because Kororaka is where the visitors come. They come off the cruise ships. They come off this is a place that people come to, and how it looks. So here's the thing, it's split. And so we got 21% that said, nah, don't change it at all. We want to just leave it as it is. So that was a clear mandate that 79% of people wanted change. So that was very clear that we had to do something. And we know we have to do something. It's not safe, the traffic going along the Strand with people having alfresco dining. So we had a range of options, from complete closure, which was trial 2. And these are only trials. These are only trials for 6 months. So trial 2 was complete closure. The shared road was sort of what we've got at the moment, but with less traffic, a bit like Whangarei. And then we had the halfy approach, where we had half of the road split and closed, which is the bit, if you know Kororaka, if you come through the Waharoa and you turn right, you've got the Gables and you've got the Village Green and you've got the Town Hall. That's almost a kind of heritage precinct, because it's where the Kāinga was, where it was Kāinga, you've got Montpellier. So that part is the proposal to be closed. That was trial 3. And part past the Duke, where people want to be able to drive and drop their brides off and do all that. That's a shared road. But what we will do is try and do some traffic calming to slow the traffic down, and we'll also make it kind of like, hopefully, this will be a community work group that decides how it's done. So we want to make sure the community works on the solution. But the ask is that we do the half and half approach. So your paper, the recommendation from staff, will say trial 3, which is half of it, and then the other being shared zone. Does that make sense? Lots of pictures, but I just wanted to explain how we got there. If we do this, then everybody has, there is manner in the solution, because nobody feels trampled on. What I didn't want was for a percentage of the community to feel like they've been trampled on. All of those people that don't want it closed, and there's 36% of them, if you take the shared road as being a proxy for no change, but we'll do something, 36% of our community would like to see things pretty much the same. And then we've got 64% that are desperate to close it. We don't want people to feel like they've been bullied into having a solution that they don't want. So this is a kind of trial so they can see what it looks like, they can see how it works, and we know we'll get people driving down the closed bit, but, get it by. Any questions?
Councillor Research.
Just a bit of clarity. Thanks, Jane. You did really well. Are you going to allow cycling on that?
Yeah.
Obviously, you're walking and cycling.
Yeah, walking and cycling. Yeah, and for the trial, it won't even be, you'll be able to somehow get through. I mean, it's going to be, and also permanent residents will have access. There's only one of them. Obviously, emergency vehicles. We're not trying to stop draconian using the Strand. We're trying to make it nicer. We're trying to make it safer. We want it to be a little more pleasant. I don't think eating a meal with petrol fumes and diesel fumes is the nicest environment. The roots of the Hotokawa trees are being damaged. It will be a much nicer place. But this is let's walk gently towards the solution.
Thank you very much for a very succinct and well-articulated deputation to us, Jane.
So if you get to it, I'll ask you.
I will now pass over to Sam Jewett, who will be speaking in relation to the Keeping of Animals Bylaw report. Kia ora, Sam. Nice to have you in chambers and fun.
Kia ora. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak, not only here today, but during our previous meetings. We really appreciate the Council taking the time to look into a proposed bylaw. Coast to Coast was born due to the sheer numbers of cats in the farmland. Over the last 3 years, we've grown exponentially, uncovering more and more of a problem the more we got stuck in. Since we started tackling cats back in April 21, we've had a total of 2,056 cats and kittens come into care. Nearly all of them were unsexed. A significant proportion of these cats were likely previously owned but strayed or were lost, or may have been unwanted kittens of owned or stray cats. There are many positive benefits to cat ownership. However, we must also acknowledge the problems of cat overpopulation with feral cats. Uncontrolled cat breeding creates nuisance behaviours such as fighting, running across roads, entering other houses, stealing other pets' food and spraying. Uncontrolled breeding resulting in unwanted kittens, public health concerns such as toileting in neighbours' gardens and children's sandpits, getting into rubbish, predation of wildlife, financial and emotional impacts on persons who find and try to rehome the unwanted kittens, increased burden on rescue groups. Uncontrolled cat breeding causes a risk to health through the transmission of zoonotic diseases such as ringworm and flea infestation, toxoplasmosis, gastrointestinal infections, and infections resulting from cat bites and scratches. Our main objective at Coast to Coast is to minimise the negative impacts of cats on the community and our shared environment. We hope to achieve this through the effective and humane management of cats. There are 4 categories of cats: companion, abandoned or lost, stray, and feral. It is important to note that a cat can move across all 4 of these categories. To explain this, I will give a hypothetical example, which is something we come across quite regularly. Tiddles is an owned kitten. She's not being desexed. Her family's just been given notice to vacate their rental property. They cannot find a house that will allow animals, so they move out, leaving Tiddles behind. Tiddles becomes an abandoned kitten, and over the following months, with little human interaction, becomes semi-feral and wary of humans. She steals food from houses with cats. Being female, she's subject to repeated mating by both owned undesexed cats, stray undesexed cats, and feral cats in the area where she lives. Tiddles can have anywhere up to 4 litters a year. Some litters can be as large as 7 kittens. As the years pass, Tiddles becomes more wary of humans and moves further into the bush area. Her food needs are now no longer being met by humans, and she is now feral. She is now contributing to the feral cat population that is predating on our native wildlife. In 3 years alone, Tiddles can have 376 offspring, and each one is a female. Coast to Coast aims to reduce stray cat populations by limiting the flow of cats from the owned and feral cat populations to the stray cat population, reducing the number of stray cats through removal of cats by non-lethal or lethal methods, and by reducing the number of stray cats by controlling reproduction of both stray and owned cats. With the exception of DOC and other land care groups, we're the only rescue group in the far north actively trapping cats. Feral cats cannot be rehabilitated for rehoming. They are euthanized at a veterinary. We have a long-term desexing collaboration with the SPCA that has now been running for well over a year. The program has seen 979 cats in the community desexed and vaccinated, which we estimate has prevented 3,916 unwanted kittens from being born. We would like a bylaw mandating desexing, microchipping and registration on the New Zealand Companion Animal Register by 4 months of age. This compulsory desexing of companion cats would help slow the population growth. Compulsory microchipping will give each cat an individual identifying number, and compulsory registration on the New Zealand Companion Animal Register will link the cat to an owner. Registration on NZCAR is $15, which is a one-off fee for the lifetime of the cat. NRC stated in their submission in support of Whangarei's bylaw that voluntary compliance is not sufficient on its own, and that the combined effect of regulation, voluntary compliance and education is the most effective and efficient way to progress. Therefore, we would also like to suggest a council-funded animal compliance education officer like the one Whangarei has implemented. This would give some authority plus a centralised person that networks across agencies for results. Desexing and microchipping are long-term strategies that will address the problems with overpopulation of cats, and we feel that a bylaw would give us an extra tool to gain compliance. Most people will do the right thing when it comes to cats, however, many need help and support, which we and other rescue groups are willing to give. By introducing this bylaw under Section 146, Council is giving a strong message to the community that they support responsible cat ownership, value our environment, want to protect our unique biodiversity and care about the residents of the Far North. There is no counter-argument to mandatory desexing and microchipping of companion cats, only benefits for all.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. It appears that the owner of Tills didn't know what the right thing was to do. And you mentioned education. How would we address such a situation, and what form would it take to do? But why I'm saying that both Tamati and I are actually on the comms committee, so maybe we could take something to them.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people know that they should desex their cats and dogs and to stop the breeding. Our desexing program is what's really helping here, because it's actually enabling people to actually do it. The cost of desexing is quite a lot, especially for lots of members of our community. So by continually advertising that we have this desexing program and it's free, and that there are health benefits for the cats and dogs, because we're also doing it with dogs as well. That's sort of getting the message across and reaching the people. We do lots of advertising on Facebook. And I'm always I'm probably a real nuisance hopping on Facebook posts. Every time I see someone giving away dogs or cats, I'm like, oh, we've got free desexing. Driving everything nuts.
Thank you.
Deputy Minister.
Sam, would you be open to working with our comms team to do a video at your place? We get a lot of people watching those videos that Harley creates.
Good.
We could get Tamati to front it for you.
Oh, that would be perfect.
You can get his new black cat. I've seen that as fun.
Okay.
Make sure it's desexed.
Yeah.
The kids are feeding it.
We have had this discussion at the market.
Thank you very much, Sam. What I'll do is I'll move that paper up as well following the Larika response. But what I'm going to do now is call a break, 5-minute break. Staff just need to fix the live stream setup. So we'll have a break and be back at 1:45, please.
Thank you.
Good night, quick days. It was great.
Thank you.
I love the best.
Have you got the diffuser?
It's about we just didn't buy it. It's probably
Hello and welcome back. We'll get into our council meeting proper, and we're going to start with item 6.7 on page 322.
Okay, you and myself sometime.
The item is our Kororareka Russell placemaking changes pilot, and the recommendation is that council approve a pilot commencing late 2024 for 6 months, during which the use of the Strand is changed to option 3, essential vehicle access only from Cash Street to Pitt Street, with the remainder of the Strand as a shared space. And if we have our deputy mayor move that, seconded by councillor Research. I'll pass over to deputy mayor.
Just want to quote Jane, having mana in the solution. Really admire your work and the community there, Jane, for leading this out, and I hope that it's something that is that we're able to put in permanently after you've done the trial. So I total ko ana I te tohunga.
Councillor Research.
Yeah, I think you've said it all, Jane. Thank you for your presentation. Certainly support it. But I just want to emphasise that this is the first of the placemaking that staff are doing, and that is absolutely critical. And I think going forward, so on that reason as well, I support it, and I know how locally, thank you.
Councillor Floyd.
Thank you. I've got a question relating to the foreshore and how this proposal may or may not impact on the fresco dining, because what I can see from this plan is that disproportionately affects those people that own property adjacent to this area because they own the land and they have their businesses there. So that was one of my first questions, because you did touch on that in your presentation, namely about legalising, but also the eating of, food there, teaching from the businesses. Do you have any commentary around that?
Yes. Through the chair. Councillor Member.
As a member, I believe you have rights to speak here, so you don't have to have any special privileges through me to speak.
So we've made it very clear that this proposal is not trying to remove al fresco dining laws or change what's in place at the moment. This is let's see what we can do to make sure that we can, the community supports what we've got at the moment, that we get a steer for future, because we do have precedents. And so at this point in time, there will be no change to any al fresco dining. But as you know, they are renewed year on year, and a few of the permits are subject to the placemaking. So there will be potentially some minor changes, but it will be done working with people. So the way we're progressing is that we've got 4 work groups, and they will be members of the community, one for the road, one for beach access, one for additional chairs, and one for a play trail for Tamariki. And each of those 4 working groups are community members. For the road one, it will be the business owners on the Strand, so the Gables and the Duke will be involved. So the whole idea is that we work on the solution together. So it's a community solution, not somebody telling them what to do. So we're not proposing any massive change to what we presently have.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Deputy Administrator, by the reply. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, and that is carried. Congratulations and all the best for the trial. We'll look forward to having a reading to check it out. Aye.
I will send you the invitation this year to come over again. I will head home and meet at the famous Russell Sports Ground. Thank you, everybody.
We'll now go back to item 5.1, the confirmation of previous minutes, which is on page 6. To confirm the minutes of our meeting held on the 8th of August. I will move, Michael for the seconder. Thank you, Deputy Ms Stratford. Did you pick up on anything? Ms Stratford.
Sorry.
Any other members pick up on anything? Can we put that to the vote? All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions. That is carried. We now go to item 7.2 on page 441. Moved by Councillor Research, seconded by Councillor Hoy. Our community board minutes. Our first up are our second community board minutes, and then pass over to Chair Gardner. What's the guy name? Senate or second?
Thank you, the board had their meeting on the, as you can see, on the 11th of August. So we did a couple of funding applications, one to the Pavilion Fair, which has already had their event, which was its success, I believe, and to the Kaitai Business Association, just general jobs around Kaitai. So I just wanted to draw your attention to the public forum speakers who came to us desperately around the enforcement of the drainage bylaw has not been enforced in all. So we have been really, in the last 8 years, we've had no enforcement, and it was getting desperate. So I did a little media into the age and internet. I actually followed up with other drainage people and did a really good story. So it's a desperate situation for us in the farmers as far as land drainage and so I need to highlight that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. Any questions on our Te Huku minutes? Councillor Cook.
Through Mr. Billington, I noticed that the Kaitai Community Board has funded $5,719 towards the Kaitai street cleaning. I'd like to understand if that was an exceptional street cleaning that was outside of our contract, or if our contract is not meeting levels of service, or is there some work we should be doing around our contract to ensure that people are not having to come to the community board for funding to clean up their street. I hope be able to answer that now. I just signalled that. I'd like to understand that a bit more because I was confused when I read it.
Thank you for that. All right, we'll move on to our Bay of Islands Whanganui Community Board minutes, and I will pass it over to Chair Ward.
We had our first meeting without any funding applications, and those of you who sit on the weekly business meetings will note there's been quite a strong pushback from our business communities, Bay of Islands, Business Bay of Islands, which is Russell and Paihia communities, and also our three main funding organisers and events coordinators, which is Blah Blah Marketing and Jackman Entertainment. They've all pushed back. We are trialling it. We haven't set a time period that we will trial it, but there have been a few, those of you that have been on those meetings, a few criticisms over bi-monthly and implications within the various communities and pop-up events. In relation to Alfresco, we addressed all of the Alfresco dining licences that had come due, you'll see on page 448, and also picked up and noted a couple of others in our community that actually don't have licences. We had a really robust discussion around these, and most operators are operating really well and providing adding vibrancy to our towns and villages with their businesses. The main concern that came through generally was the maintaining the minimum footpath width for accessibility and two-way pedestrian for mums and elderly folk and what have you. So that does need to be monitored by ourselves, I guess, within our various communities. And finally, big shout out to Resilient Russell, the Russell community, and Jane Hindle for submitting to the local government New Zealand awards.
they had received, I think it was our only award actually, for community engagement they were highly commended for the initiative they took on the rubbish recycling on the summer. It was such a success, they actually are going to do it again this summer. So really good model to copy throughout.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our Bandwagon Whanganui Board minutes? Then we'll move to our Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board minutes, and I will pass over to Chair Radke.
Just one thing to highlight, we had Billy Joe Kohepa from Te Kona Business and Learning Hub come to our meeting last month, request funding to carry out a kōrero te reo event in our town, including a movie night. So that's on the 21st of September, and also just promoting lanyards that indicate what level of proficiency you are in te reo Māori, so that when you are in the street, if you are wearing green, people know that you're probably up to about tēnā koe, and if you're orange, you're a little bit further along your journey, and many of our councillors around the table will be flashing reds because those are the experts. So it's probably the people I'll avoid that week, but I'll be looking out for greens. So just looking to the organisation there and the community board for supporting that event in our town.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any questions on our Kaikohe Hokianga Community Board?
I just do they have a whānui whakatairanga, whānui for what the week or what the program is going to look like?
It's on the Te Kona Facebook page, all the bits that are happening, and there is a flyer out. I did see it down at Te Kona the other day.
Photoshop my face or something too, eh?
Possibly. Lots of good-looking people on the flyers. So just while I've got another moment, I just need to also mention coming up the 18th and 19th, the Kaikohe Rugby Club reunion that's bringing, they've registered up to 400 people at the moment to attend that event. So the long-standing Kaikohe people, I hear a murmur down that end from a possible halfback here, Matua Bay, back in the day. But another big event coming up for our town, and I know that staff have been really efficient at responding to some emails that I've been sending this week. So just thank you, community members, and particularly our volunteers down at the rugby club have been really appreciative about the way that things have been handled. So there's been a little bit of action down on the field from some of our rangatahi on their bikes, and the fence was broken and that was fixed yesterday. So just really, efficient support for those members who are trying really hard to make sure that things are in place for visitors when they come in October. So there'll be a bus tour during that weekend, I understand, and they'll be visiting places like the Pioneer Village, Ngawha Innovation Park, Te Kona, Ngawha Springs, and Monument Hill. So also just mention that in a RFS too, just so that we're ready, so that all the pūha's gone and the rubbish is picked up and the lawns are mowed. Pai te whenua for that event coming up. So thank you.
Sure, thank you. Councillor Vucic, you were the mover. Did you want to speak at all to this? Councillor Foy, seconder. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. We will go now to item 6.1, the endorsement of the Te Rerenga Taitokerau Northern Economic Development Way, which is on page 22.
I'm going to read that.
I'll second. Oh, no. Yeah. Sorry, it's not me. I'll second.
Okay, let me just find it. It has been moved by Councillor Vucic and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stratford. I just want to welcome into the whare, Kai Jude, you and your team who
Well, I do. You have done an incredible amount of mahi to see this come to a finalised, beautiful strategy that we have the opportunity to endorse at this table today. Thank you so much for what we see in here. In no way, which is beautiful, by the way, but it's in no way, shape, or form captures the breadth and the width of the mahi that went into doing this, because our region is bloody massive. The Whānau district alone is huge. So just getting around and connecting and usually in between to see something like this be presented on the table. A phenomenal piece of mahi. So great to have you all in the room today for this. I will pass over to Councillor Jesich.
Thank you. Yeah, just picking up and what you said there, 100% agree. It's been a long and hard road. I know Northland has been facilitating it. That hasn't been an easy journey. Many iterations. So I just appreciate the team that are here today, just what they've done. And of course, Drew, you've put a lot of effort into it. But what I really want to say is that this, go back again, as he knows well too, just how much really to. This really is a document. What's really critical about this is it started an early journey. You've read this here, so I won't go into that. But what is really critical is to get that joined up vision across the whole district, and it's a 100-year vision. To be able to give that single voice to Wellington is critical. We've got a lot of things actually happening around the district that doesn't prevent those happening, all of these details and strategies underneath all that. But it's showing, well, we're showing that support, a building up approach, and acknowledging one, the work that's gone into it, focusing on how to work out who was involved in that part of it, and you see the level of support by the way of that economy, and all those others that have been involved in it, back from the days of the Tautokara region strategy that they were doing. So 100% agree with it, and I won't go on anymore. And I'll leave it to everybody else. But just acknowledge the team that's been involved in that. That was on page 52 as well. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Deputy Mayor Chetford, then Councillor Hauki Harvey.
Yeah, just what Councillor Jesich has said and what Kahika has said, but also, we don't need to change anything. We had a workshop on it. It's been through Te Kahua Taonui, which was really important to us at this table, and the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee, which Councillor Jesich chairs and Penatoi is deputy chair on, they totally put it as well. So, yeah. And I just did want to highlight that there's no financial commitment for this council. If there is to be, it says in here that a business case may need to be prepared for it to go in annual budget to be rather than annual plan and LTP. So, yeah, but I hope that we'll be able to get updates at this table on any of the works progressing, because I'd hate to see it sit on a shelf and not, things not get done, even if we're not financially invested in it. Kia ora.
Lovely. Kaikauri te Hauki Harvey.
Tina tātui. Tāmihi kia koutou ngā kaiwhakahaere o tēnei kaupapa. I pānui au tēnei inapu o whakaaro au tino hariko au te kete tēnei rautaki mō tātou. He marama ngā kōrero, he poto, and he tino pai ngā pihitia. I rātu me nui ki au. And he hariko I roti taku ngākau I te mea ka kite ko te whanori Māori I roti I tēnei hoki. Tō reira ka mea kia koutou o tērā. And he mea nui, mehe mea ka kite e rongo ana ki te reo o te Māori. Tō reira, he pai hoki te kite ngā kanohi I runga I tēnei committee. Mō Māori mā, ko tawiwi mā, e noho tahi ana e hāngai ana tēnei rautaki pai mō tātou tō reira kamihi atu kia whauwhau. I have great hope that this will be a leading light for any strategic things that are going to come out of our area. But other than a lot of the plans I do see are always whāngarei centric, don't go past. You know, we need to do stuff in Waitangi, Te Heku, Waikui, Hokianga. Aratu tira, ka mihi atu kia koutou. Nā mihi. Nā.
I'll go to Councillor McNally, then Councillor Kappa, then Councillor Pliskowicz.
Good morning, everyone. It mentions here somewhere that the Northland at the Beehive is one voice. So we're going there as one voice. This is sort of Northland Inkland. Does this remove the opportunity for Farnborough District Council to take funding requests direct to central government? Because economic development requires adequate infrastructure, and we deal with infrastructure.
Charlie, if you could pass that on as appropriate.
Thank you, Kahika. If I could direct the query to GM Planning Policy, Esther.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Paul Cooper from Northland to answer that, please.
Thank you.
Good everybody, Your Worship Mayor and Councillors. Sorry for the round the table pass there. Absolutely doesn't preclude anyone going and championing for the things they want. The opportunity is that we go and we share the same message and use the same voice. So central government hears two people saying the same thing, and we back what you're asking. It's just trying to align that message so that we're all speaking on the same song sheet. We're advocating for what this region needs.
Councillor Kappa.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ono tāku nei e tautoko nei ngā tai kōrero e tautoko hia I tēnei kaupapa. Tāku kia tātou e pēneanga o te wero I aia nei kia hakatina na hia I nei kōrero. Te rate mea nui. E raka taia tātou katoa, e oranga mo te taitohe rau, e oranga mo tātou tamuhi kupuna. Re nui ana kia kōrero.
Councillor Pliskowicz.
Kia ora, Sanu Whāji, tēnā koe, born and lived overseas. I just want everyone here to know how difficult it was to actually get this document to this point. Sometime last year in October, we had a situation in our JRED committee where members purposely didn't attend the meeting so that we didn't have a quorum, which meant we couldn't adopt this document. To be honest, I was a bit sceptical about some of the discussion in the document to begin with. But I just wanted to acknowledge Harry and Blanche and the rest of you for the ongoing commitment to getting this document to this stage. And then also picking up on what Babe says, because quite a significant amount of resources went into developing this document, but if it just sits on the shelf and collects dust, then not only was it a waste of your guys' time, but it's also a waste of money. So I'd like to see our council have a workshop on the document itself, and then ascertain exactly what are the functions within this pathway, economic wellbeing pathway, that we can look at and adopt into the way in which we do council business, and then how can this better inform our day-to-day functions here at council. Now, the one thing that really agitated me was when some of our members of JRED had kind of demonised the Māori economy. So the Māori economy, majority of farm, they said, what is the Māori economy? And I said, well, if all the horticulture land in the north owned by Māori, and all the assets, fisheries assets in the north owned by Māori, and all the forestry, 20% of the forestry sector, the New Zealand forestry sector is in Te Huka and owned by Māori, or the land anyway, then that's a Māori economy. So a great emphasis needs to be on the Māori economy, because kind of as though that's just a word and people think, and I won't say any names, but they think that the economy is just a Northern economy. Well, we know that's not to be true given the number of immediate and the significant assets that those tribal entities have in their books. So kia ora whānau, important for driving this, and look forward to continually working with you guys in the future. Cheers.
Councillor Foy.
Kia ora, welcome. Just on a few part as well, namely in relation to sector engagement. I see on page 47, there's sector-based, there's 3 bullet points about the primary sector. I'm sure you're well aware that our largest sector within Te Tai Tokerau is a primary based sector, or agriculture, and diversifying into horticulture. With this plan here looking to be carbon zero, carbon neutral, what engagement did you have with the sector in order to allow for that? And further to that, what submissions have you made to the regional policy statement back when that was adopted as an entity, and also our district plan for submissions to that plan to ensure that this becomes real and statutory? Or is this just a theory-based document that isn't going to be real because it's not part of land use regulation rules that enable this to become real?
I guess hopefully what you could see in this, the establishment of that steering group was we were trying to bring a range of different sectors and interest groups in steering it. So that was one way of us thinking strategically how we involve a range of sectors in it, along with bring some of the right people to the table, but then also make sure through the networks we've got we actually engage with, engage in those sectors. The other thing I would comment on and add to that space is has been already mentioned, it's taken some time to get the strategy to the point where we are now. That hasn't stopped us continuing on thinking about what could we do to implement it. We as an organisation have set up what we call Tupu, which is our approach to the primary sector and how we support horticulture and how we support those conversations around best use of land and those kind of things. So we are setting ourselves up to really actively engage in this space. Fair to say is there's been quite a bit of effort actually getting to this point now where we can start thinking about implementation. Well, so we probably haven't done everything that we want to do right away. But it's stuff that we want to get on with and do, absolutely.
So just to clarify, you didn't make a submission to the regional plan, regional policy statement, or any district plans about either biodiversity matters, infrastructure matters, or land use matters?
No, we didn't. We engaged with them prior to that process. We didn't formally submit.
So you're not part of that process?
Thank you. Just a little bit of commentary from me. I think it's appropriate. This is the document, a strategy that has been prepared for our council and for our economic development agency. And so the challenge for us, and I take our point to what the deputy chair of our Joint Regional Economic Development Committee has said around us workshopping and making sure that we have integration across our strategies, our plans, all of this sort of stuff. Was it 3 years ago now? We had our second ever council mark. I don't know. It's like the Education Review Office councils. One of the things that they highlighted for our organisation, even though they gave us good ratings, was the siloed approach for us not walking the talk. We've got a good talk and then we put it on the shelf, making sure that it permeates across everything we do. And that's what I want to ensure that we do with this economic wellbeing pathway to living it as well. And just finally, a little bit of commentary to Councillor Peskovich's point around the mobility. Of course, we need to be supportive in an economic wellbeing pathway of the mobility economy. Now, Tainui, and I always say this, but it's because I think it's true. Tainui settled for $30 million 30 years ago. They're now worth $2.5 billion. And they are leading out a $5 billion super goods hub in Ruakura on the city that is going to
boost this entire nation, but especially Hamilton City and the wider Waikato region. At some point in my lifetime, we just might live a few generations back. At some point, we're going to see the largest iwi in our country, Ngāpuhi, so settled. That settlement is going to be worth hundreds of millions of dollars. In 30 years' time from that settlement date, if the likes of Maitahu, if the likes of Tainui turn just tens of millions into billions, I can imagine that up here we are going to see that same sort of economic development and revenue. That is our Māori economy. So I know that, I get that there's pushback because you label something Māori in the document, and there's concerns there about that. But I shamelessly support that labelling because I know that Waikato Tainui is a $2.5 billion asset base, and the work they do there, that isn't just for people who are Waikato Tainui, that's for every single member of the community there. And that's going to be the same up here. So definitely in support of this today. I'll pass back to Councillor Research for right of reply.
Yeah, thank you. Just reiterating one of the key points there and addressing again, Councillor McNally's comments. One of the criticism wasn't detailed enough, but if you look at it across the whole district, how diverse we are, and every one of those agencies, be it the HAPU, be it council itself, or be it the regional council, will have their part to play in all of this. If we're going to turn this around, north and around, and achieve the goals, that aspirational goals, both for the Māori economy, but overall, you have to have a vision, and this is really what it is. It's a pathway going forward, sure, I might have all the details, but it doesn't stop everybody else coming together behind it all and saying, look, this is where we fit in here. It may only be portions, but the direction, the 100-year vision out there gives you some direction, and making reference to that and give us a joined-up approach and not lose our way. So that was, it seems, one of the major advantages. Sure, we can improve it, we can do other things to it as well. I guess we will. But that's why I was put at this stage, and I think it's really a great achievement. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to do an amendment.
Pardon?
I'd like to push it to an amendment.
Yes.
That Northland provide submissions to statutory documents from the territorial authorities in the coming years to ensure this plan is embedded in statutory regulation.
Well, foreshadowing, you don't need a second.
Councillor McNally, while I'm checking standing orders, did you, were you taking a big breath, or did your internet connection waver out and I cut you off? Just check what your hands are.
I just wanted to support what Penny said. You know, the Maori economic contribution to the North or Northland already is close to 50-50, and on settlement and ARPA it'll cover it off. And also Councillor Foy's comment about the primary production sector, Northland Inc. got it wrong, I think, with the closure of Mangamoka and Brendu and the advertising they got for tourism from the Crown. We should have actually pursued a relief package equivalent to a full drought relief package. I think they just need to, Northland Inc. need to be very careful about how they, which is why I asked the first question, do we get the opportunity to go direct to central government? We were cut out of that conversation. That's all.
Councillor Foy has moved an amendment. It's not foreshadowed.
Okay.
It's the amendment, which I'll second, which was for Northern Inc. to
provide
submissions
to the territorial authorities
statutory
in relation to the statutory documentation. The plan is included.
Enabled. Yeah, enabled. Enabled within statutory regulation.
I prepare to speak to your amendment now.
Just to highlight.
Reading that up, sorry, just get that ready, because that was a little confusing for me, sorry. And then will make sense when Councillor Foy is speaking to us.
Thank you, yes. Just to give background to that, my questions relating to this document were against this document. It's just that in order to make things real, you need to ensure that you're part of the process so that you can make sure that the land use rules that everyday people have to deal with natural resources to enable all these things in the plan and the time frames also highlighted in the plan to become real. Primarily for the Far North, biodiversity is significant land use rules, both under the regional policy statement, the regional plan and our district plan, and also the infrastructure matters. And currently, without being part of that process, other entities that have been engaged in the process and are currently going through that process have more weighting, not just through the hearings, but also through the environment court process that will result in those end rules that either enable or actually disenable people to do those things with their land that will have these economic outcomes. We've talked about whenua Māori. Because you're not part of that process, that means that that's a missed opportunity for Māori economic development with their land use. There may be prohibitive rules that are created because of submissions from other entities that Northland Inc are not involved with. I just wanted to highlight to Northland Inc that it's all very well to write a strategic plan, which is great, but to make it real is another thing, and that's a tool that is currently not being utilised by Northland Inc to make that a reality. So I welcome that to come, and that's what this amendment relates to.
Yeah, thank you. I seconded this because I just wanted to learn a little bit more about what we mean by it. To be honest, Councillor Floyd, I'm of two minds. One, I agree that I think that Northland should be submitting to our documents and that sort of thing, but at the same point in time, the sole responsibility isn't on to ensure that we are walking the talk. It's also our responsibility as Far North District Council. I think it would have been inappropriate for them to make any submissions based off something that we have not yet endorsed or councils have not yet endorsed. But going forward from now, this council is likely to endorse this. If we do, I would expect that Northland then have got the mandate to pick it up and go to Wellington, or the mandate to pick it up and come to this council when we're asking for submissions on A, B, C, D or E, and to our other councils to say, don't forget that this is what you've endorsed, don't forget that this is what we are backing, and this is the reason why I'm this stuff. So that's why I seconded it, but I just wanted to provide some clarity around my thinking in this space over the appropriateness of what we do. Councillor.
I'm actually going to speak against that amendment, and primarily the Mayor's picked up on some of it. This is really about endorsing this report at the moment. Remember, it's not, some errors there made, Councillor Floyd, it's not actually a document that was created by Northland Inc. It comes far further afield than that. But Northland Inc facilitated it to bring it to this table and bring it to this point, which they did good work on. And it's not really we've got the Joint Regional Economic Development Committee set up, and through that committee is where the four councils, which now call basically direct Northland Inc, is what we should be looking at. And we have work to do when we do the workshop to look at the detail. What are our key priorities and how that will actually fit? And that's when I think we should, appropriate time, we should be talking to Northland Inc. At this stage, it's a bit early to say that. So I don't disagree that there needs to be further work done. We've started implementing it, but the how we're going to implement it, that I'd rather wait till we've done our workshop. So I don't support that.
Thank you. Councillor Court.
Thank you. Your wishes, just following on from Councillor Research, who's articulated it quite well. My concern when I was listening to Councillor Floyd, I don't know what Northland expertise funding capacity agreement to do a lot of those things. I suspect it doesn't fit within their agency. They need the opportunity to be able to respond before this is put to a vote. And the level of the detail always sits in the implementation planning that comes out. And I expect that will be staged. So I'm a little concerned that we might be placing an onerous expectation on organisation where that is not the appropriate fit for that organisation. So through your wishes, and Charlie, it would be, sorry, it'd be really nice if they could respond.
Please, our guest from North Lanark respond to Councillor Court's query.
Thank you for the opportunity. I guess my now understanding the full point of the question, the reason I would ask this question in terms of the reason for being here and trying to get councillors to endorse this, and we're doing this with all councillors, right? Is as Councillor Vicious picked up, this is not really our strategy to implement. We never set up this process so that we were going to be the sole agency charged with developing it or implementing it. The actual ideal, and we missed this time frame, the ideal was we would have this document agreed, endorsed in place, and then it would be put into LTPs. We missed that process, but that's always been the intention, is that actually we're all implementing this. We're all thinking about how we use our other strategic documents and how we use our levers to achieve the things that are in setting it. So for us, we have a part to play in that, absolutely. I'm not shying away from that and things, but we all have a part to play in how we implement this. And I think that is the conversation. How do we work together? How do we actually look at our tools together? So we're not in that adversarial submission process. We're actually in the plan development process and saying, how do we change our documents to achieve the things we're trying to achieve?
Thank you. Councillor Foy, can we just get some guidance on the wording up there, just to help reframe it properly?
Submit to?
Yes, submit to or make submissions to. Submit to is fine.
Councillor Hauki,
Kia ora. I'm so excited by the strategic plan that I just feel like it's a killjoy. It's like you put a $1 million debt on the shoulders at the same time. So I just, you know, I tino tautoko te koroki nei e mea na, ka whai whakaro whai tautoko I wangani a tātou I te tuatai. Tērā te mea. Me he mea ka whakai ki tērā. And then all the other things that have to be done to ka tēnā na ia can be done at some stage. And so I just feel it's pointless. That's just my opinion. Sure. I want to really run with the Rautaki first, and there's many things to be done. And this also sounds really boring. And I would, you know, I just feel like being saddled with our stink old processes that are maybe necessary, but not, you know, at some stage. But if I had a beautiful plan like that and I came and said that to me, I think, I never mind.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I want to run with the greater view first, and then all the other steps can come later. So that's for me.
Kia ora. I have Councillor Kapa. I also have foreshadowed agreement rejected. We'll go to Councillor Kapa, then we will go to Councillor Foy for a right of reply to the amendment.
Ka hoki au, ka kōrero. A whai noka tīmata ki te hikoi, ka poro hea ngā waiwai. Kuta ngā hikoi tanga. Wei nei ngā wero, kei mui a tātou iaia nei. Ka horero te putatu ki te awa. A ka hoki au ki woku nei kōrero, me te tautoko, tukuna tu tēnei kia oma. A te wā, kia tū, a he no tātou, ka hoki mai, kia mahi tahi. Tēnā te kōrero e roto I tēnei e nei tuhina. Kia mahi tahi, ngā punga kei te tepu. E haru po te tepu mā pōpō, o iaia ne, kei te tepu o tēnā wā. Pēnā ko tērā pēnā ko te kawana, tēnei wā, māmano, engari pēnā, e kawana hau, he kauni hera hau, kei arātu te tikama, engari me mahi tahi. Era ka hoki au ki te tautoko, te whānu tuatahi, o re kauau e tautoko ana I tēnei.
Councillor Foy.
I've just got wording there. Who's my second? So it was just to update the wording. I've spoken to Councillor Stratford there, and just the intent of the wording is to ensure that this great document, which we all agree with, we're not trying to.
Changing the wording to.
Yeah, you just type it out. Is to make this real, because it's a great document, but in terms of the district, our council, we've done lots of really great things like a structure plan for Waipapa, and then it never became real because we never put it in our documents. And I'm sorry if it's boring, Fire Hilda, but these processes that our council has to implement take years and years and years. And if you're not part of the original process, then important matters like economic development for our district miss out because there's nobody to do submissions on it and nobody to comment on submissions of other people.
That's all for the city.
So we've just updated the wording because ngā mihi to Councillor Stratford for being more articulate and a less regulatory way of speaking. And just to support what you've done, because I'm not saying that what's been done is wrong, I'm saying it's right. But the next steps that I didn't see in the bubbles were how to make it real in council's quite strict, boring regulatory framework. That's not just about funding cycles, but it's also about the way for the private sector to make it real through land use regulatory planning frameworks that we don't set the frameworks for. We also don't set the frameworks for national policy statements, which come from central government. And you might have a great idea about a national policy statement for land use that you want to bring to central government to actually make enabling economic development real. So we've got the new wording up there, that the Joint Regional Economic Group investigate a tranche of work to ensure the plan can be enabled through council statutory documents.
Should that be Joint Regional Economic Development Committee?
JRED. JRED.
Yeah.
Which we strategically or stealthily have both chair and deputy chair.
And can you do JRED C and doc in brackets?
Councillor Cole.
I'm going to pick up on Hilda's comments, the whole process. I just thought that was brilliant. I think we should manage that. My concern is we're trying to overcomplicate this. And we cannot speak for Whangarei District Council, Kaipara District Council or Northern Regional Council, and that is what that is doing. I'm just thinking we can make it really simple, that we direct our CEO to report back on how we can operationalise some of the findings in the plan. And that would give the CEO the opportunity then to speak with the CEO's forum and come up with a regional approach to how we can enable outcomes from the strategy. I'm sorry, I don't mean to rain on Councillor Thoy's parade or Councillor Stratford's parade.
Well, I'm just carriage.
We don't think we can do that.
Well, I miss Mayor John Carter.
Thank you. So the resolution is that council endorsed Te Rerenga Whaiwhera Northland Economic Wellbeing Pathway, and that JREG investigate a tranche of work to ensure the plan can be enabled through council statutory documents. I don't support it.
And we request JRED. We can't direct JRED to anything. Because we have the chair.
You two add that in, that's your resolution. And the reason I'm pushing it to, suggesting it goes to them is because they've got the mana of this committee. If it gets, sorry, you were right. If it gets to, some of those others, it can get a little, the intent of what we're trying to get out of the strategy can get a little blurred by some of their priorities. So I think the mana sits with JREG, and it's up to them to make sure that the things that Councillor Foy has highlighted because of her planning experience are able to be addressed. So yeah, I'm going to support the amended resolution, but I just wanted to make sure that we're not losing sight that we are endorsing the strategy, but we're adding in and that council request. Yeah, kia ora.
Wonderful. Councillor
Pai kei ki te noho i ngā tuhi tō tahi. Ena he anu i ni kōrero i te mau mai e tahi o ngā tāngata kia hui anō kia taia tere kaupapa kia Kei hea te mana o ngā hunga ko te noho i kone. Ko ai ko te tau i anātu. O hea ki taku kōrero tōtai. Tukana tēne kia tū i runga i ona anō. Waiwai. Tana tuku i ngā kōrero. Awai o te tōkata. Hau ko tai.
All right, we will put this to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Recorded. Councillor Kappa, Councillor Core. Abstentions? The amendment is passed, and now it will be a substantive motion, which I will move, seconded by Councillor Piskovich. We'll put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions?
It's recorded, thank you.
Abstention from Councillor Kappa. And
It's not your strategy, love your strategy.
And it is passed. And with that, thank you for coming along the ride. I bet you thought this was going to be the favourite council for the
Still is.
The moon. All right, now, just for members, that was item 5 of 22 items we are considering today. If you have something to your heart's desire you need to get out, then put your hand up first. Otherwise, we might need to be a little bit stricter with standing orders. If there are 3 speakers in support of an item, I will call someone to speak against. If there aren't any, then you just get to the right.
Yeah.
All right. We'll go to item 6.2 now on page 54. Top energy easement over Mollywood Park, and this has gone to our community board committee. I'm happy to move if I could get Councillor Foy to second. Councillor Foy, any commentary? Any other members? Councillor Howard.
Kia ora, kei toko au te tono rohu o heku. Engari, just kare au whakai ki te whakahi tāra te utu, you know. Koina, so mō ngā other leases, it's at least 180, and I would like to charge more. But tino tautoko au ngā kōrero o te heku community board.
Councillor Kliskovich.
Well, I just wanted to support what Councillor Hope, I really said, I think we're leasing land out, and where it's to somebody like Top Energy who's not short of any money, they should be paying through the teeth. Well, they should be paying something and not $1 on it.
Councillor, so we've had support, Councillor Commission.
I'm in support of the recommendation, but yeah, as a shareholder of Top Energy, as we all know here, the more you put their lease up, the less money in our pocket. So yeah, I don't think we need to charge them anymore. Kia ora.
Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Then we put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We now go to item 6.3 on page 82. Notification of variation 1 minor correction with other post district plan. I'm going to move it, please. Councillor McCoy, seconder. Second.
Just for this here, you'll note that it's for minor corrections and other matters. In terms of on page 84, I just wanted to highlight that one of our Smart Cookie staff has come up with a way to save us $40,000. So first and foremost, thank you. And thank you to having that culture and that drive to look for those opportunities. We want to celebrate that and support our staff doing that more. Other than that, it's just to highlight that it is quite a number of minor corrections and that I support the changes being made because they do come up through the process.
Thank you, Councillor Haruida.
Thank you. Ngā mihi mō tēnei mahi ko mahi anei. I think I sort of want to raise something about that, how important it is for Te Kukua Kahui to go ahead, within a reasonable time frame, because I see, it's already included in here that if it had gone through Te Kuaka, we could have added some things, and many to the hearings group that have been hearing all this stuff. I also wanted to point out that apparently in here it says there's only one area that's sort of considered in the coastal flood hazard layer, and that's Waimanoni. But I'd like to, and it doesn't talk about Alamai, but I'd like to also, and I don't know if it's important here, but there's also Te Hāpua, Wharemaru, in Kaimomo, Mitimiti, and the Taiao Marae that are heavily affected by flood erosion zones. So, yeah, just really to mention that, and I could have done it as a commissioner, but I haven't been reading all the recent stuff. And that's all I wanted to mention, Jordan. And the other one was, Felicity can tell me now, later. I don't understand the planning differences in terminologies when you mention that these are in flood zones. If something becomes a marginal land rather than, changed over from rural production to margin, but I'll find that out later. Because if that was the case, would that stop other developments happening? But it doesn't take away from the fact that those other marae are all heavily impacted by the flood zone now.
A call for anyone who is not in support of the motion. We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against or abstaining? Abstention from Councillor Court. That is carried. Now moving to item 6.4 on page 282. 282. Well, the means. I should have taken my stickers home so I could easy next. All right. The keeping of animals bylaw approval of draft for consultation. It's been moved by Councillor Court. Councillor Court, and it has been seconded by Deputy Minister Shepherd. Councillor Court.
I'm going to support this. It will be controversial. So we need to be prepared that we will receive a significant number of submissions on this, both for and against. I'd just like to point out a typo on page 291 where it refers to the on-site waste water disposal system bylaw. I think it's just a cut and paste error in the privacy statement. I'd also like to point out that someone very near and dear to all of us, Helen Carter, has a pet pig and it sleeps in her bedroom. I don't think she's going to be terribly thrilled about that. But I do have a question, and it's in regard to page 293. And all the way through the general requirements, we talk about bees, pigs, poultry, cat, and other animals. Then when we get to 3, we drop and other animals. Is that an error or was that intentional?
I could direct the question to our laws and policy team lead, Shane.
93.
At part 2, substantive provision 6, general requirements, we talk specifically about bees, pigs, poultry, cat, and other animals. And the other animals are listed in here: goats, sheep, llamas, alpacas, cattle, horses. But when we get to 3, which is a direct reference back to 6.2, we've dropped livestock and or other animals. And I wonder if that's an error or it was deliberate.
Just, I'm not actually 100% certain, if that was an error or if it was deliberate. I'm just wondering if Carla has any.
I can't comment on that.
Yeah.
I think it should be the same throughout.
So we can have a look at that. If we
Ping us.
they might, because this is the cool thing about going up for consultation, right? So we can have a look at that, and we will get back to you. So the lawyer who's written this will get a response from you, and we can make those changes either prior to going out for consultation, or if the lawyer says it was done on purpose.
The CE gets to make changes.
Yeah.
Yes, we have that amazing resolution in there that allows for that to happen.
Deputy Minister.
Just a question first. I couldn't find any previous policy for beekeeping. Oh, so is this new? Or is it the same as what's in place already? Okay, for beekeeping. Okay, that's...
So in the previous bylaw, that was voted in 2009. So the intent of this new bylaw keeps the intent of the previous bylaw with the addition of
Cats. Awesome. Okay, thank you. I support this going out, but we did have an email from a advocacy group questioning the 4-week period. Are we able to extend make it longer? Because this is, like Councillor Court said, this is a big topic, and maybe the longer we make it, the more people have a say.
I do believe that the resolution says it's a minimum. Yes, minimum of 4 weeks. So absolutely, easy peasy.
The other thing that I wanted to raise, and I have raised it with the CE a couple of times over the last month, is we used to have bylaws being developed in their development stage with the community board, so that they had, some input into them. And at the very least, the bylaw proposal would go to them first before coming to the council table, so that you had quite a, wide-ranging view across all the subdivisions of how it was actually playing out on the ground, because some of us are too busy to actually see how it's playing out on the ground. I just wanted to signal that with you as going forward. I'll be pushing for these papers not to come straight to us. They'll be going to the community first. So you need to allow that in your work program. Thank you.
Councillor McNally.
Page 295, clause 12, refers to horses in a public place. You can't eliminate them from roads running through any of the zones, as they are still a mode of transport. And it will be dangerous for the rider to stop and pick up the produce that a horse leaves on the road, deposits. So, and the other thing is, horse transport should be encouraged as a carbon reduction tool. Birds clean up the seeds, etc. The rest is biodegradable. And if we're going to do cleaning up for animals, let's make every vehicle that drips oil at an intersection clean that up as well.
Kia ora.
I have had 3 speakers in support of approving our draft, which comes back to this table and we go out and talk to our people and then we can make changes. Does anyone would like to speak against adopting the draft, approving the draft? Councillor Boyd.
I've got a question for staff and through Alex and Charlie, just about the addition of this new section about keeping of cats, an additional staff resource. Just because we've had pushback, via the community boarders delegation for land drainage bylaws, and that they're not going to enforce the bylaw because they don't have enough staff. What about keeping of cats and the additional cumulative impact on staff resources if they're refusing to enforce one bylaw? Are they going to refuse to enforce this because they don't have any staff, don't have enough staff?
Question, Councillor Foy. I expect as a part of the process, staff will determine any resourcing requirements that are necessary to enforce the bylaw, and that will form part of the report that comes back to council.
Thank you. That was my only question.
Councillor Courtwright, reply.
It's just being a bit cheeky and showing my colleague next door that that's actually covered on page 284. An implementation plan cannot be completed finalised. However, we anticipate the need for increased resources to monitor and enforce the mandated defects in the chipping of cats. So it's I'm confident that covers in there. We have had a crack at having a cat bylaw once before. I'm on the council and it was probably right up there the most emotive and controversial bylaw I think we've ever tried to implement. So good in your lawns, people.
Thank you. The right of reply has been hit. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions?
Yes, I'll abstain.
Abstention, Councillor Peskovich. We now go to item 6.5, which is on page 290. The review of the control of earthworks bylaw, provided with a mover. Councillor Port, seconder. Councillor Boyd. Councillor Hall.
Excellent, thank you.
No, I think this is the right instrument and our council have been doing it well for a number of years. So.
I support this as well. I remember when we went through the process of developing this bylaw and I think we covered it off with hearings there. So.
Thank you. I'll put back to the vote. All in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. We now go to item 6.6. The review of it has been removed. We're now going to go to item 7.1 on page 332. The informational report on the resident opinion survey results. Opinions. No, we don't want to move them. No. Seconded by Ms. Sheff. Councillor Peskovich. Ms. Sheff.
Oh, I was trying to find my notes. We had an awesome, but it wasn't awesome, was it? It was a bit uncomfortable at times because there's a lot of negative feedback in there. I think it's important to note that we usually have this report come to us annually, but it's gone to 2 annually. Maybe staff want to address one of this, but so it does make the the negativity more strong, and a lot of the feedback that we received is there's already things in place operationally by staff to that was happening before these results came out. the other really awesome thing, when we first started having these resident opinion surveys, they were done by mail and then they were done by landlines. Now they're done, what was it? By this email database, which is a database not just of ratepayers, it's not ratepayers of dog owners. It's a database that staff member Ken Lewis said has been compiled over, Ken is right here, compiled over time from their, Holmes events that they've had. So I feel like we've got a really good snapshot of what people are saying, and it's all stuff that we hear anyway. So for me, there was nothing out of the ordinary. And yeah, anybody out in the public listening to this ramble that I'm making, just know that we are, the staff are feeling the effects of these results, and they are doing the CE's making sure that if they're not already progressing to improve, they are making improvements. So yeah, really, we've got to keep getting these resident opinion surveys done, and I also want to acknowledge that there was an advocacy group that got the link and spread it out. So there's a lot of feedback in there from in relation to dogs in there. So, which has had an impact on results. Yeah.
Sure. To Chair Ward.
Yeah, just from a technical perspective, I didn't receive any heads up that this was actually happening. As Deputy Mayor's pointed out, we do very lot of the criticism, so next time something like this is going to take place, it'll be really good for communities to get heads up so we can inform our peoples.
Thank you. Point noted, please. Acting CE, Councillor Boyd.
On page 354, big red box around a certain topic that needs more investment, more resources, and will continue to get worse over time because of large rainfall events that are happening in, at peak times, and that's stormwater. Just a reflection. So it's just a reflection that, number one, we pay far less towards our urban stormwater and rural stormwater than we do for potable water, wastewater, and that's reflected here in the dissatisfaction and also in our staff resourcing and capacity and the lack thereof of the last few years. Really great that we are wanting to resource that department now, and I look forward to the improvements in the year to come. But also when it comes to our next annual plan and long-term plan, I just wanted to remind my fellow elected members we need more investment in stormwater, and that will mean, yes, we will need to pay more money, but also I think this is highlighting that the community wants more investment.
Thank you. Councillor Pliskovic, try to reply. Sorry, Councillor McMillan.
Thank you. Yeah, the matrix that are provided, pages 350 to 360, 372 to 375, 382 to 386, illustrate why I was asked to stand for council again by ratepayers. Dissatisfaction's been at this level for some time, since I was asked back in 2022, and my focus has been on the core ratepayer business all the way through. So just the one page that's got me confused, page 416, it looks like a summary, and I can't work out if the little blue lines, I think they're blue, are for or against. It's it's just a bit odd, that part. They're blue, yeah. But anyway, as other speakers have said, we're definitely on the improve. It's going to take some time, but we just have to continue to focus on the core business, please, and not get stuck on one item. Councillor Foy.
We're going to put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, abstentions. That is carried. We're now going to They don't even know how to use computers. On page 453. There it is. Our mayor and councillors' reports. The recommendation is that council notice reports submitted by myself, Paul Frank Stratford, councillors Anne Paul, and Don Research, Carpine Koto. We are also going to be is that a separate report?
So there was a supplementary report from Councillor Rakina, and there was a table items.
Page 17 of our supplementary report.
Yep.
We'll just do it all as one.
Yeah.
We've got one from Councillor Rakina. Thank you, Councillor Rakina. And we also have Councillor Peskovic and Councillor Kappa, which we will also be taking. Oh, wonderful piece of you, but second class citizens compared to the original list who are the gold stars. We're just silver stars. And we'll get verbal reports from others and they can be bronze stars. I am going to move this one. If I could get a seconder, please.
Second.
Thank you. Just really appreciate seeing the incredible thing that has been going on across our rohe. And because I feel like I hardly get to see people, to be honest. And so I personally really do appreciate seeing this report. And I think the community does as well. I'm going to go to Deputy Stratford, then open up for anyone who'd like to speak to specifics or have questions, and then I'm going to go around to members who submitted a written report to give Andrew. Deputy Stratford.
Kia ora. I just want to acknowledge the reports everyone's has put this in, but I actually really enjoyed Councillor Rakina's because he reminded me what we talked about in our hui. I just put in, the hui dates, but he's actually got a really cool narrative in there. He's got every single hui. It's awesome. So, anyway.
Oh, secret.
So funny.
But yeah, it's up there with 500.
Oh,
yeah.
Go to Councillor Hakia.
Thank you, kore mo ngā kūro o kai mōku, ka kite hea ngā mahi o tīna. Mai taku pāpai, ka ere hēmia I nei pūro o tūreiti, ki te upurangi ka tāpari ki tēnei.
Ka haka tipu ana tātou I mea katoi ka whai wai atu ki runga tipu.
E just ka moio ai koutou ko te rā o te reo Māori a te rā horoi, e hara mai ana. E rima te kau mārua ngā tau mai taua taimara. I au I te kura I taua taima, te kau maungo ngā tau. Te rā tuatahi o te reo Māori. Ko ngā kaupapa ko āpuna te reo, kōrero Māori. Mo te rā ko tai. Reira.
And I'll pass to Councillor Boyd for a briefing.
Just a verbal report. So in terms of council roles, I like to spend my time trying to take outcome. One of those is to change the building code, H1 of the building code for Northland, and I think more calls to work in that space. And particularly seeking our own area so that we're not in the same region for our H1 standards for insulation and glazing as Auckland, for example. A second aspect that has been raised when we had the Minister of Finance visit Kaitaia, which was great to host her, and the Northland MP Grant McCullum, and we went to Mangamuka, and Councillor Steve McNally also attended with Joe Carr, and we had $991 million for our roads, which is fantastic, and that's the largest amount of that we've had towards our roads ever. With a particular focus on drainage. is fantastic as well. And also just getting the minister to realise that in Northland our significant issues we have is actually our geomorphology and our soils themselves and how different they are to the rest of the country. There were a few rigs in there actually drilling, and you could see how wet and mushy the soil was actually as they were doing their work. So and the recognition that we need to have additional funding for drainage as well, because we are having larger rainfall events and there's disproportionate effects on our roads. Getting water off the roads is actually one of the key issues to ensure that our roads are preserved and we're not spending a huge amount on fixing slips, etc., and being reactive. So further to that, we did a visit to our airport and the minister flew into our airports. So it was great for her to understand the issues that we have there and also the fact that the Crown actually owns that land at the moment, has that responsibility. So having that discussion later on today. We've already talked about drainage and the bylaw that's been moved from the table today, but that's been an issue that's been ongoing for 6 years, or 8 years. Just wanted to highlight that I'll be speaking further about that in the next special meeting that we have, council meeting, particularly about the lack of enforcement around the bylaw and resourcing around the issue of stormwater and drainage. Thank you.
Cool, thank you for that, Councillor Foy. Councillor McNally, if we could get a verbal update from you.
Thank you. Just support what Councillor Foy's just said about the minister's visits, and well done on getting them up here, Councillor Foy. The visit to the Mangamuka and the Kaitaia Airport, for the Finance Minister Willis supported the change of direction, accepted that they're critical links, both of them, and she also made comment to Councillor Carr and myself relating the back to basics approach of the whole roading model, drainage, culvert cleaning, stormwater, Councillor Foy. And as far as written reports, I did submit one a while ago, but it was never put in. It was 2 lines. It said, I've been busy in confidential meetings. So that's it. Thank you.
Councillor Radich, if we could get a verbal report from you.
No comment, Mayor Debonair. Yeah, it's been pretty frustrating actually in the last few weeks on various items which I'm getting nowhere with. And it's good that the drainage thing has been brought up, because that's been a problem that I've been fighting for more than 6 years. And there's a lot to do with incompetence, I'm afraid. But Tanya Proctor has made it quite clear to me that once the grounds are dry, the drains will be cleaned. That's all the farmers want. Then there's also issues on the Sweetwater Aquifer, which I don't want to get involved in at this very moment. But it is a big worry. And also in regard to decommissioning of the dam, it's, as you all know, it's virtually decommissioned. The ground's starting to dry up now, and there's a bit of contour work to be done, and that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Radich. All right, we'll get the recommendation up. It will be the council member report submitted by Councillor Stretford, Councillor Ashford, Councillor Huriha Harawira, Councillor John Vucic, Councillor Pinito Kristovich, Councillor Babe Kappa, Councillor Tamati Rakina, and note the formal reports were received by Councillor Felicity Foy, Councillor Steve McNally, and Councillor Mate Medira. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, That is carried. Then we'll go to item 7.4 on page 493, which is our open resolutions report. I'll give you the minute, please. Okay, research. And the seconder, deputy inspector, councillor Wilson.
No comment. I see progress with being made.
Deputy inspector. Open up to members. All right, we put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions. The motion is carried. We're now going to go to our supplementary and then we will go to item 7.4, carry forward for the Catholic program. The recommendation is the council approve the federal budget for 25 program. So including $5,861,006 to be carried forward to the 2024 25. Moved by Councillor Court and a seconder. So second that one, we pass over to Chief Executive.
Thank you, Panika. So just noting the carry forward of capital projects, primarily the ones which are in progress, moving that budget forward through to the 24-25 financial year. The $45.9 million amount tabled for consideration today is down from last year, which was $51.6 million, so it is going in the right direction. However, we do not believe we moved far enough in terms of the capital delivery, and with discussions with CEO Guy Holroyd, it is an area of focus that the organisation is concentrated on. There are some initiatives which are already underway to be completion with regards to resourcing in the infrastructure space, which will have delivery in this area, and other factors like the rollout of the budget management framework and supporting tools, which will assist in facilitating that. So while the headline number is quite high, it is wish to reassure our elected members that it is an area of focus which we expect to see considerable development in the coming financial year. If anyone has queries in relation to specific line items in the report, I'm happy to direct those to the owners of those budget items.
Councillor Court.
Speaking solely to the agenda item which is carried forward and not the deliverability of our capital works program in total, which is something that we spend considerable energy on through FTP workshops. Carry forwards is normal BAU. I want to just tell them that that's the affairs thing. A lot of our funding comes in a 3 or 6 year cycle. I'm thinking about the National Land Transport Program in that space. It would not be unusual that if you were doing a significant project, for example, you would do in year 1, you would do design, delivery. And in those situations, you always carry the budget forward. It's exactly the same with water, and wastewater, and that's for really big dollars. So in terms of why I moved the motion and why I'm going to support the motion, this is normal standard accounting practices. You never start a project on the 1st of July and expect to finish it by 30 June the following year. It just doesn't work. Particularly more so in the roading space, because our construction season doesn't start till summer. We only got the National Land Transport Program approved last week, and that's a 6-year plan. So in regards to all the small stuff, I'm confident that the CEO and the senior leadership team are aware that elected members want to see higher level of delivery around the smaller stuff, and we are working on that. I'll stop at that point. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Court. As seconder for this, Now, I know we're going to get better, but it's still not good enough. And I know that a lot of it does come down to accounting and project scoping and all of that sort of stuff, but it's still $45 million. We have an incredibly ambitious capital works program that we have put forward in our LTP, and this just gets added to that. Now, we haven't delivered the current year, however, we ever going to deliver the future year as well, and this gets lumped into it. I'm writing off $27 million of this number. That's across roads and waters, and it's because we've in-house significantly changed up what it looks like in that space, and we're growing, and I have faith that moving ahead we're going to do much better. So I'm giving leeway for roads and water, that's 27 mils worth, because I know that we've got plans afoot, but for the rest, whatever that number is, a significant amount, a lot of little things, they all add up. And what we might need to do is look at all those little things. And I know that we've sat in here and we've got Te Koko as a committee now, and we get to see how it's all going to be structured out and where things are with playing catch up or not. We had Bob Gilmore in our workshop, remember that. And I love all that because you can actually see, and when it starts going to like orange light, red light, then we can question it. All these carry forwards all need to get chucked into that as well. Separately, we don't want them to add them separate so that we can still track along, because they're all definitely red. But otherwise, this is just one of those things you have to do, whether or not you like it or not. Go to Councillor McNally.
Thank you. When you look at the recommendation, we approve the capital budgets and we're carrying forward a total of $45 million for next year. I'm speaking against it because I don't believe we understand the impact that these carry forwards have on our 24-25 annual plan delivery, or year one of the long-term plan 24-27. I've been asking for these for a couple of years and it's always been deferred. If you go to just the community services budget, 30 million was in there for a previous year, didn't spend nearly 15 million of it. And there's a lot of commentary in those line items that refer to waiting for asset data confirmation. I don't follow what that means, because in most construction, if you're building a house, for instance, you have to submit the plans, you get sign off for various things, SP from the engineers confirming various bits and pieces. Unroading or a subdivision development, there has been built plans for your horizontal infrastructure underground, your stormwater, water, power, all those things. There's a lot of, and some of the carryovers for those are minute amounts, but it adds up to a lot of money at the end of it. There's some double ups. There's talk there of the just a minute. Talk there of Eastern Transfer Station upgrades. They refer to Eastern and Western Transfer upgrades. It's not a lot of money. It's about 60 odd thousand, but it refers to the same place, Whitehills Concrete. There's other stuff. There was there's a hall that I looked at there, and it's referred to twice, and it looks like the same amount of money. There's Hihi wastewater plant construction. I thought that was complete, and that talks about existing commitments and additional improvements. I just think there's a whole lot of stuff in here that I just wonder if it's to me, some of this is wish list stuff, and if it hasn't started or it's not absolutely critical right now, I'd like it removed. There's some that refers to better off funding projects to meet commitments. One there's 1.1 million carried over for the Rawene wastewater improvement. I thought we were well on track with that as well. So there's just, to me, there's stuff missing. If you look at page 16 and go down under water, it's got asset data outstanding. I've been asking for asset management information for 2 years. They talk about meeting existing commitments for fluoridation design. They spent 34,000 on it. That pops up twice for Kerikeri and Kaitaia, same figure. How much does a design of a fluoridation design cost? I mean, they're fluoridating water all over the world. I don't follow that. So there's a lot of questions there under the, what's the project name? I think it's all to do with wastewater. Page 17, and it's all to do with better off funding. Why haven't we had an update at one of our committee meetings? Perhaps we have, but there's 4.7 million sitting there. And then we get to roading, emergency works and externally funded projects. That's all priority, which Mayor Mocko's just mentioned. That's under a different model from what we were using, with it being brought back in-house. Be a challenge, but there's a lot of money. We've got a heck of a lot of money to spend across the business just in our annual plan, long-term plan. And this 45 million or whatever the number, nearly 46 million, it's just, some of this is a pure distraction in my opinion, and we just need to understand what we're going to focus on and what we just need to put to the side, and it might actually have to be pushed out a year. I'd put out the budget completely. And I heard Councillor Court's comment a moment ago. I understand the accounting, I understand how a project might run year to year, but we should have really clear updates on exactly what's been spent, why it hasn't been completed, what the hold-ups are, and any cost overruns. There's some minute amounts in some of these projects which look like they should have been completed. If I can find one quickly, it's like $5,000. One was $500. It's just like, well, put it on the contractor. Let them carry the cost. It should be finished. You know, this sort of carry forward to me is just not right. Here's one, Russell Wastewater Treatment Plant, UV unit, and that's on page 15. And it's a carry forward of $6,000. We've spent $220,000 on it already. And it says existing commitment asset, and the only thing it refers to as asset data is outstanding. Surely submitting a as-built plan is not going to cost us another, whatever it is, there's 46 allowed, $6,500 to allow for that. Should be someone walking in an office and dropping some plans off or emailing them. Anyway, that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foy, the Deputy Mayor Strickland.
In terms of the paper brought forward today, and I guess the way that our organisation has operated for a number of years, I just wanted to highlight that I would like to see this item lie on the table and to workshop all of these items, because in terms of our culture of the organisation and just having carry forwards after carry forwards, and actually numbers going into our long-term plan that aren't scoped properly, because they're not correct numbers, they're just a made-up number that's not based on the actual spend for that year, or is not based on the percentage for that year, and the whole number's lumped together. And it actually puts out our actual delivery and our actual accounting for the following year, as Councillor McNally has highlighted. We do workshops on many different things, but I'm sorry, but $45 million, of course we should have a workshop about this, and this shouldn't be a rubber stamp exercise that we do every year, and this needs to be taken seriously as one of our top performance issues of our CEO and of our staff. There should not be a line item that is carried forward year after year, and also we shouldn't set the next year of our program without actually analysing the current year and whether that project should exist in the next year to come, and also the workload in the year to come. So I'd like to foreshadow that, or to move an amendment that we let this lie on the table and that we workshop this line by line.
Does she have a second? Does Councillor Foy have a second? Councillor Pliskowicz. To you, Councillor Pliskowicz, to the amendment.
No.
Would anyone like to speak for or against the amendment to leave this to lie on the table pending a workshop?
To clarification, please, via Development.
Councillor Foy.
Of any risk that might upon the organisation by not bring the budget forward. I'm just mindful that these are all projects that may be mid-delivery. If we don't do this, the debt freeze fund and may prevent us paying contractors. I just don't understand the risk involved.
Thank you, Councillor Court. So I have discussed with staff with regards to the status of what we've got currently. We are relatively early in the annual planning process, and we do have an opportunity to review, if that is the desire of our elected members, what we have tabled today. However, I do note that going through this, there is a lot that we can tidy up in terms of the way the information is presented and the status of all of these items. Given the multiple pages that you have presented of you, I expect we will be focusing more in terms of the larger items and where they are to give clarity as to the status of those projects. And my concern would be that we do it in a very timely manner, because we don't want to put any of these items at risk in terms of ability to continue paying contractors for the work which is current. So if we do go to a workshop scenario, I would encourage staff to get a date tabled very quickly, and I would expect that we get feedback and attendance from our elected members so we can bring this back in a very timely manner and we don't risk doing that.
Can I do an ancillary question to that, because I am particularly concerned about our roading emergency works program. We're just kicking off the construction season now. If we delay this and it goes to a workshop, then it doesn't come back for a formal decision to council until future council meeting. That could be an extraordinary council meeting. But if we freeze this funding, I'm not that work stops. That's my understanding. That work would have to stop. So I don't understand the risk to our network, particularly as we enter the construction season, that decision might mean. Not more, but I can't debate it. That's my question.
So certainly if we don't carry budgets forward, there is a risk that the work can't proceed because the budget isn't approved to do that. If it is the elected members' preference to go through line by line and do that, we can bring that workshop forward and do it very promptly. We can make it a key focus. The risk is that if as an outcome of that workshop, we don't get a resolution and manage to carry forward, we do have, I think there's a extraordinary meeting. I might be a little bit ambitious and need to quote with staff. There is an extraordinary meeting on the 24th where we can retable the paper if required. But I would be very reluctant to push it further than that.
I don't want to be like President Trump when he vetoed that bill and then all these government workers all around America were not getting paid and we put handbrakes on. So I need to understand it better to be able to support what I think is an administrative function that we do here, but that it doesn't stop us from delving in deep and seeing potential changes afterwards that could come back to the table. Today is just about us doing this. I've got Councillor Deputy Mayor Stratford and Councillor Kapa.
Yeah, I'm speaking against leaving it to lie on the table because we went through line by line last year. We get this report annually. I felt that the comment box contained enough information for me as governance, and all these items were litigated, approved in the annual plan process last year. They're not currently rated 4. They're only rated 4 when they are completed. So I think we're actually wasting good time by trying to schedule a workshop items that, still might not even get delivered. And if they're not delivered, I trust the acting CE to ensure that there'll be an excerpt, a report showing us, we committed to this stuff, but we didn't need this money. Maybe we're not seeing enough of that type of reporting. But yeah, I think that we need to adopt this today. Kia ora.
Sorry. I think for myself, I really want to get to the bottom of ensuring that the narratives are there. Because, I mean, we've had this ongoing dissatisfaction from councillors who are identified themselves. And I like the progress that you're making because you're now providing those narratives. Council said, can we have narrative? We provide it. But at the same time, when the satisfaction for us becomes satisfaction, and that's my concern, because when I look at, we talk about the risk to the network, exactly what we talked about around holding up someone who's waiting for their pay or something like that. I'm satisfied with the narrative that you're providing in your report. But as you listen more, then I'm hoping that more narrative will come alongside your numbers so that we can clearly get the message as they come on hand. And giving some forewarning in terms of what's going to be carried over in whatever, so that we're alerted rather than just presented on the report. I think finally, John, it's a case of like I was quite happy when we had the corridor around what our big debt was, and that told me okay, and the satisfaction and the security that our CEO gave us in terms of, look, it's big, but we're managing. And to me, I want to know that how we're managing that. The numbers and all that is going to impact on things. At the end of the day, I want to know, can we still progress as an organisation? Still going to meet those things. And then through the feedback from the rest of the council, we'll be able to. So I'm supportive.
Sorry, you're supportive of this amendment?
Oh, no,
the amendment is that we leave it to lie on the table and have a workshop.
No, I prefer the.
We're going to get Charlie to respond to that. We still have Steve who has a question on the impact there. I've had 3 councillors who have spoken against the amendment, so I'm going to call for Councillor Richard Lyon asking for their applicants who would like to support it. Otherwise, we put the amendment to the vote. But I'll pass it to Charlie.
Can I get a right of reply?
Following your right of reply, of course.
Thank you, Kahita. So if you just, again, some of the kōrero that we're seeing, we've provided additional commentary in relation to the carry forwards, the individual carry forwards. I'd like to see more information being provided because it appears that there is currently a gap where we need to increase the quality and the quantity of that information to give governance comfort about what we're doing. I'm confident that the staff in the background are working through all of these items, but I will work with them in terms of how we can report that, not only at carry forwards time, but on an ongoing basis. So we can have a headline number, and 45 million is a large number, you're absolutely right. But to be able to provide more detailed context on each individual project on an ongoing basis to give governance comfort around what the organisation is doing. But if we need a strategic change in direction for projects, that will then come to the table. So we do have concern in terms of the timeframe and the ability to carry this forward, but we also have clear indication as to how we can give you more comfort and what we can do about that. So there are initiatives already underway in that space, and I hope that by the time we get to this kōrero next year, we're going to be in a much better state in terms of how well informed everyone in this room is on the individual projects.
We need those Gantt, are they called Gantt charts? But all the stuff. Sorry, Steve,
Sorry, Councillor McNally, then Councillor Piscovic.
Yeah, when I started before, I said, what impact, the question I had was, what impact do these carry forwards have on the 24-25 annual plan and long-term, year one of the LTP 24-27 delivery? 45 million chucked in there is huge. Part of it is roading, which is definitely carry forward, and that's clearly highlighted on what we're doing. And but add that to the additional money we've got over the next 3 years, you know, it's massive. So the delivery of this, and my point was, I don't want staff to be distracted by some of these items in here, which community services, there was a 30 million budget and you didn't spend 15 of it. So you're only delivering 50%. I'm really concerned that what staff resources will be consumed by that area that aren't delivering. Roading didn't deliver either, but there was different reasons for that.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. The majority of the projects are underway, and hence the carry forward process over your financial year end. So I can defer to our GM, our Head of Infrastructure, to speak to that particularly if we have any concerns of the carry forwards impacting the FY25 annual plan and annual plan, LTP delivery.
Thank you, Charlie. Through you, Mayor Moko, we have considered in our current financial year any carry forward. So when we did our long-term plan, we considered what hadn't been completed last financial year and planned accordingly. If you have a look at this financial year, the community services from last financial year was large. We didn't deliver it. And in this financial year, there's very little. So when we created the long-term plan, we've only allowed projects that were in flight and going to be deliverable in this year. So we did consider it. Thank you.
Right, Councillor Piscovic.
I just think this has been carried forward for a couple of years now. And if last year we only managed $8 million, then in order for us to achieve an outcome where we have zero carry forwards, it looks like it's going to take us to 2031. Now, what sort of, a question to the CEO, the acting CEO, Mr. Billington, what time frame, in your opinion, will it take for this council to get to a situation where we have almost next to no carry forwards?
Thank you, Councillor Kleskovic. I don't think we should necessarily be targeting a zero carry forward. I think because it's an accounting policy where you have a financial year, and any project which is not completed by the end of that financial year therefore becomes a carry forward. So you have the remaining budget pushed further out. And as it's already been discussed, some of these projects are significant and are multi-year projects. So we shouldn't be targeting a zero carry forward amount. What we should be targeting, in my view, is increased transparency and information to governance on the state of all of the individual projects, beyond what is tabled today in terms of the information which is being provided, to give you confidence that the projects which are being carried forward should be there, and they are, genuinely what the organisation is aiming to be delivering.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foy, right of reply.
Just to speak on my amendment to let it lie on the table, as highlighted from our acting CEO, there will be no hold up or no risk to have this tabled at our next council meeting. It's an extraordinary council meeting before October. This would allow us to have a very important conversation, a much needed conversation, being that we only got the supplementary agenda on Tuesday. And so in order for us to actually absorb this and be mindful of the debate that we have around $45 million and have been a significant impact on the delivery of our organisation and actually how we put plan, is really important. And there's been a term from our last mayor where he talked about the dog biscuits, and we elected members would have a 2-hour discussion about the dog biscuits for the Animal Control Department, and then they would spend 2 minutes on a $50 million bridge. I'd just like to remind our elected members that this is a $45 million item And we need to give it the relevant importance that it deserves for our ratepayers that will be picking up the tab. And having a workshop about every carry forward item every year needs to be important. It needs to be normalised as part of the culture of our organisation so that we can be mindful of that before we set our next year's budget. So in order to allow for that workshop without having any risk of any hold-ups for any of our contractual or operational matters, letting us lie on the table for that workshop between now and next already meeting makes sense. We're not having any risk and will allow us to have that discussion and debate.
We will put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Councillor Vucic, Councillor Kappa, Deputy Mayor Stratford, and myself, Councillor Cork, and myself, the amendment has failed, so we will go back to the original motion. It's not a substantive variance.
Can we just vote by division, Sydney? Can we have cast that vote by division?
Oh, that one we just said?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, we'll have a vote by division for the amendment. I'm opposed. Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Cork.
Opposed.
Councillor Foy.
In favour.
Councillor Harawira.
In favour.
Councillor Kappa.
Opposed.
Councillor Kleskovic.
In favour.
Councillor McNally. I believe Councillor Radic is having tech difficulties and has dropped out. Councillor Rakinen.
Abstain.
Councillor Vucic.
In favour. Oh, again, sorry.
Okay. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in opposition, 4 in favour and 1 abstention. The amendment has failed. We will go to return to the original and put that to the vote. All those in favour, sorry, would you like to vote by division on that?
Yeah, please.
Vote by division, that we approve our capital budgets as identified in the report. I'm in favour. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Aye.
Councillor Cork. Councillor Foy.
Against.
Councillor Harawira.
Abstain.
Councillor Kappa.
Support.
Councillor Kleskovic.
Against.
Councillor McNally.
Against.
Was that endorse or
Sneeze.
He sneezed.
he sneezed?
Against.
Against, thank you. Councillor Radic is still offline. Councillor Rakinen. Councillor Vucic.
In favour.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in favour, 2 abstentions and 3 against. That has carried.
And with that, can I just please note, Charlie, now, the reason why I still think we need a workshop this, we need charts for all of this. And based off that workshop, we still could see changes to this. This is closing the door. We voted down the amendment. It is really important, but I just know that we've got no time whatsoever to turn this around in time for an extraordinary the week after. I don't want us to freeze up any funds, but it's not to say that we don't need to expedite what our workshop looks like on carry forward and just capital delivery in general. I know we made an overview. We're supposed to be getting a link on our online portal to be able to delve in deeper and look at all of those beautiful charts and what they mean and what it is about. We can make sure that that is prioritised. And with that, I'm going to call a 1 hour lunch break. When we come back, we'll be going to PX. We'll go into PX after lunch. And so I will see you all at 1:45 on the dot.
Everybody had as good a lunch as I did. The sun is shining, it was very nice. I had a little walk. I'm now going to move to exclude the public. The public will be excluded for 6 items, including supplementary. 6 items. 1, confirmation of previous minutes. 2, options and next steps relating to divestment of the housing for the elderly portfolio. 3, our council public excluded open resolutions update. 4, a supply recommendation for the award of the contract for emergency split repair on West Coast Road 115. 5, supply recommendation for the Donald Grove Catchment Wastewater upgrade tender. 6, primary infrastructure acceleration fund facility. Sorry, and also we're doing another 2 more. Those are in our supplementary reports. And that is 8.1 Farnwell Holdings Limited board appointments from 6.2 claim via airport. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that's carried. And if I could just get confirmation now, live stream is paused before we continue. Hello, welcome back to our council meeting. In public exclusion, we considered a number of reports to us. We will be releasing the resolutions on contracts we have awarded for, and this will be a celebration for my whānau back home, but West Coast Road Motuti, we will be releasing that resolution with the numbers redacted, but we have approved the funding to see that we get sorted, which is great.
Yeah.
Criteria, we also considered and awarded a contract for the Don Road catchment wastewater upgrades. So I know Kaitaians will celebrate that and what that means for unlocking housing developments. We'll release that. Also, we have awarded funding from the Kaikohe Infrastructure Acceleration Fund for design works to see further funding here as well, so we're releasing that. The other two that we considered, which will not be released today, the decisions, but in due course we'll have media releases or joint media releases to that effect around our Final Holdings Limited board reappointments and our Kaitaia Airport. It's all positive and I'm very happy with the outcome of our meeting so far. I will close us off with karakia and thank everyone for their participation today. Ko te tapu ngā kōrero ka irikia ki ngā pātu o tō tātou whare ki ngā kōrero. May the sanctity of the words and the decisions made today resound within these 8 walls and also our minds. Tūturu o te hakamau kia tīna. Tīna. Thank you. Thank you.